It's 8:30 and we will bring to order the August 18th council meeting. We have an agenda before us. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? And yes, Deputy Reeve McGee.
I have a report from Canadian Badlands.
Okay, so 11.2 Canadian Badlands. Is there any other additions, deletions? Seems, oh, Councillor Penner.
No more. I just move to approve the agenda as amended.
All right, we have a motion before us to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. We have pre-circulated the council meeting minutes of July the 21st. Are there any errors, omissions? Councillor King.
I'd make the motion to approve the minutes of July 21st as they have been.
Okay, we have a motion before us to approve the minutes as presented. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Our first agenda item will be 5.1, policy 3.1. And who's taking this? Oh, welcome, Gord.
Hello. Morning, Reeve, councillors. Request for decision 5.1.
I think it is on.
Is the
Or maybe not.
part of the council's ongoing review, current policies and particular policies that have not been reviewed for a period of time exceeding 4 years. Policy 1310 is presented to council for review. Administration is proposing to update this formatting of policy 1310, mailboxes and no other amendments made. Purpose to establish guidelines for mailbox replacement responsibility guidelines. County will not accept responsibility for construction of any mailboxes. The county, if necessary, to complete a road construction project. Remove and install a mailbox located along the right-hand side of the road according to the courier's line of travel in such a position that the mailbox does not extend over the shoulder of the road. For safety concerns, mailboxes and posts must be constructed of light materials to minimize damage and hazard if struck by a vehicle. Recommended motion, the council approve policy 1310, mailboxes as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Sept. Any questions, concerns? So there's no changes to this policy then?
There's what?
There's no changes to the policy. This is
No.
the way it was. Yep. Okay, Councillor King.
Sure. I'll make the motion to approve policy 1310, mailboxes as presented.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, we have a motion to accept the policy as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, we'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Next agenda item is 5.2, sanding material. Anytime you're ready, Gord.
Okay, request for a decision, background proposal as part of council's ongoing review of current policies and particular policies that have not been reviewed for a period of time exceeding 4 years. Policy 1324-1 is presented for council review. Administration recommends deleting the policy 1324-1 as the policy is reflected within the master rates bylaw and intermunicipal collaboration framework related agreements. Proposing to rescind policy 1324-1 would allow having only 2 documents, master rate bylaw and intermunicipal collaboration framework related agreements outlining the guidelines and standards for sanding material.
Okay. Any questions? So ultimately what we're doing is we are rescinding the whole policy because it is covered under master rates and covered under ICFs. Someone want, Councillor Christie?
I'll make the motion to rescind policy 13-24-1, sanding material.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to rescind. Is there any discussion to that motion prior to the question? Councillor Kiever.
But by rescinding the motion though, there is a line in there that the sand and salt mixture is not to be sold to private individuals. Are you gonna stay with that same idea? That you won't be selling it to private?
Well, it says the sand and salt mixture may be sold on a cost recovery basis to neighboring municipalities with transportation of such being the responsibility of the purchaser. The sand and salt mixture is not to be sold to private individuals or anyone else.
Mike?
It's just to follow up on that. So you're correct, Councillor Kiever, is that is the statement in the policy that would be the practice that we'd look to continue. So we'd do that a number of ways. As we could outline in the master rates bylaw that was a price only for other municipalities.
But in our master rates thing, it doesn't say we won't sell it private, so does it?
It's not there yet, no.
Oh, it's going to be there.
There's a review of the master rates bylaw coming. So what we're trying to do here is, as what was outlined, is basically try and put these things in as few places as possible so that you change one document and that puts you out of line with another document. If we can narrow them up, then. And the ICF agreements referenced are the transportation agreements that we negotiated with a number of the urbans, whereby we'll do work for them at their request, but at cost.
Thanks, Mike. Any other questions before a question is called? No more discussion. I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion? And that is carried. 5.3, services to other municipalities. Anytime you're ready, Gord.
Okay, the background proposal as part of council's ongoing review of current policies and in particular policies that have not been reviewed for a period of time exceeding 4 years. Policy 1327 is presented for council review. Administration recommends rescinding the policy 1327 as the policy is reflected with the master plan bylaw and ICF related agreements. Proposing to rescind policy 1327 would allow having only 2 documents, master rate bylaw and ICF related agreements outlining the guidelines and standards for services to other jurisdictions.
Okay, so it's the same as before. We are looking through the master rates bylaw and our ICF agreements so we can remove this policy. Is there any discussion, questions at this point in time? Seems not. Someone care to make a motion? Councillor Penner.
I'll make the motion to rescind policy 13-7.
Okay, we have got a motion before us to rescind policy 13-27. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Oh, 5.4, STIP bridge funding. Welcome back, Gord.
Oh, well, if it's okay, I'll ask Bill. Bill wants to do this one.
Bill wants to do this one?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Gord.
You bet.
I would use that word "want" very loosely, but good morning, Council, Reeve, members of Council. As Council's previously been alerted to through correspondence through the provincial government, the county made numerous applications under the STIP program, which is the Strategic Transportation Initiative the province has. They have that program in effect and have actually accelerated funding under the program to deal with some economic stimulus within the province. So the county did submit numerous applications. Of those, 4 were selected for funding. The basis of the program is basically up to 75% funding from the province, with the municipality being responsible for the remaining project budget. Just the 4 projects that are being approved by the province for funding are detailed in the report. The last project, there's an error in the location. So BF 1082, currently it says it's located at Range Road 25-2. That's incorrect. It's actually Township Road 33-04, half a mile east of Highway 21. So that's just a correction in the location. The next table in the report basically says what the project budget is for each of the allocations that have been approved, which is basically 75% STIP funding and the county fund representing 25%. Administration is recommending that the county funds come out of the bridge reserve. There's currently $2.5 million in the bridge reserve, and the allocation needed for these projects would be roughly $806,000, which would leave a balance of approximately $1.7 million in the bridge reserve. So it is a good news story. The province has moved on providing funding to stimulate the economy. We're benefiting from that, from being able to accelerate these bridge projects. They won't be actually built this year, but it will allow us to undertake the necessary pre-development design and, packaging of the tendering material. The intent is to package them as one tender to hopefully get some economies of scale in terms of more competitive bids coming in. So that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thanks, Mr. McKinnon. Are there any questions for Bill? Councillor Christie.
On the 2.4 million, if we don't use it for those 4 bridges, could it be moved somewhere else? Like, if he comes in under cost, could they be kept, or it's got to go back?
It generally has to go back, but again, through the Reeves, generally the province likes to see all allocations. So if there is a potential and there are savings, we would be petitioning the province to move it to another, one of those projects that was not approved for funding.
Councillor Penner.
Another question, with STIP money, is there a time frame that it has to be spent by?
There will be, we haven't, at least I've been out of the office for the last 2 weeks, so generally there's a funding agreement. I'm not aware if we receive that funding agreement. Those would be spelled out in the funding agreement, but likely it would have to be spent, I'm just guessing, but by December 2022.
Are there any other questions for Mr. McKinnon? Well, it is a good news story. At least we've got some STIP funding, and these bridges were identified as being required to be upgraded.
Yes, I do have some specifics, if you'd like me to just go over those quickly. All the bridges that have been approved for funding are 50 years plus, generally in the 58 years old. The first bridge, BF 7376, again, during inspections in 220 and prior years, it's identified that there was slight leaning in the pilings that need to be realigned. The other ones either have significant corrosion or basically the culverts are failing because of age. Again, that is causing, flow issues and the like related to the infrastructure. So it's basically age of the infrastructure. When you got structures that are 60 years plus, even though they're inspected the minimum every couple of years, they need significant repairs. So they've all been on the watch list, so to speak, and the Director of Transportation will be reporting back to Council with the sequencing of the remaining structures that the county has, which are 51 standard bridges and 19 major bridges, and a significant number of culverts. So when you see the 2021 capital budget submission, there will be a prioritization list of the next sequencing of projects that are required to be done because of aging infrastructure.
Thanks, Bill. Any other questions from council? It's council's wishes. Oh, Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that council authorizes a budget amendment in the amount of $3,225,000 to replace the 4 bridges that we've noted here. and to be funded through provincial STIP grant of $2,418,750 and the county share of $806,250 to be funded from the bridge reserve.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I just wanted to point out how easily it is to use up the reserves. And this is a good demonstration that I hope our residents can see. And so I'm very glad to see that province help us make our reserves last a little bit longer, but it's to note just how fast they can diminish.
Yes, thank you. You're right. Bridges are a big cost. Okay, if there's no other discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor of authorizing the budget amendments, and that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Bill. Our next agenda item is 6.2.1, request for Pumphouse roof repairs. Welcome, John, and anytime you're ready.
Good morning, Reeve, members of council. This morning I bring forth request for decision 6.2.1, a request from Village of Linden for financial assistance with the Pumphouse roof repairs. The Village of Linden is requesting Kneehill County to help with the costs to repair the roof at the Linden Pumphouse and Reservoir. The roof began to leak quite badly in the spring, and with the constant rains it has gotten worse. It is currently a flat roof, and Linden is proposing to repair with a trussed/peaked roof over the existing flat roof that is there, and it will be a finished tin. The Village of Linden is planning on the construction of this roof in late August or early September. Kneehill County does occupy a portion of this building with some of their equipment for the kind of the headworks of the Sunny Slope system. The county doesn't pay rent for that portion of the building. And the continued deterioration of the roof could affect the building as a whole, and repairs made at this time could prevent major damage at a later date. The funds from this would come from the 2020 operating budget, which currently contains enough room under the major maintenance fund to help fund this request. So the recommended motion is council approve a contribution of 50% up to a maximum of $7,000 to be used towards the roof replacement of the Village of Linden Pumphouse and Reservoir, with the funds coming from the operating budget.
Okay, thanks, John. Are there any questions for John? I guess I've got one. Has it been put out for tender yet? Do you know?
I don't believe they are doing it through tender, because the one quote I got was about 14,000. So I don't think they're going out to tender. I think they're just getting a few quotes.
Okay. But if it comes in at over 14, we're still limited to the 7, according to the motion.
That's correct, Reeve. That's what I'm proposing.
And how much of that building does the county share? Well, regardless.
It's
We need it to fill our reservoir up at the Sunny Slope.
That's where the headworks is. That's where we basically get our water from. So I think it's about a 50-50 split-ish kind of the building.
Okay. Yeah. Good. Councillor Christie.
I never thought a flat roof was appropriate for central Alberta, so I'll make the motion to contribute 50% up to the maximum of $7,000 to be used towards the roof replacement of the Village of Linden Pumphouse and Reservoir, with funds coming from the operating budget.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got a motion before us to approve up to, 50% up to $7,000. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously also. Thanks, John.
Thank you. Mr. Reeve, sorry.
Yes.
Does that mic happen to be on? Sorry, there's a lot of backfeed here today. I don't know if it's between these two mics or what's that? Yeah, because it's really bad.
We fixed the problem of the mics not working. Now they work too good. All right, thanks, John. Our next agenda item is 7.1, electronic transmission of documents. Welcome back, Bill. Tried to slough it off on Gord, it didn't work.
Yes, I made that attempt. Through the Reeve, before you is a report dealing with electronic transmission of documents, specifically financial documents. Under the MGA, if councils wish to provide electronic billing to residents, they have to adopt it in a bylaw. So that's what this report basically is outlining, necessary steps to do it. We currently do utility billings on a voluntary basis for residents that wish to receive documents that way. Numerous residents have also requested, specifically the industrial, commercial customers, that they be able to receive their other financial documents from the county through electronic means, those being either accounts receivable, accounts payable, those type of documents, tax billing information and the like. This would be purely voluntary for those residents that wish to pursue that option. However, we'd like council to endorse that and make it available for those residents. We currently have the functionalities within our business systems to do that. They haven't been rolled out, obviously, but we are currently working towards rolling those out to residents subject to council's concurrence. There will be some slight operating costs that are incremental. Those will be totally offset by reductions in mailing costs related to the services that we're currently doing. Those savings would significantly increase as we advocate to residents that specifically for utility billings, that may be a better mechanism for them to manage their finances than receiving mailings of utility bills, because those go out every second month versus the tax bill, which is basically once a year. The other benefits flow into some of the process improvements we're making, where if we can capture the data electronically, we don't have to key punch, there's no key punch errors. There's a reduction in workflow processes attached to that. So it's all part of a bigger strategy of reducing paper flow related to some of our corporate processes. That's it in a nutshell. Again, the intent is to respond to some of the residents and ratepayers' needs to a request to receive this information electronically. And again, this would be on a voluntary sign-up basis.
Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. Does council have any questions? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'm curious to know, is it that we're required to keep that optional, or what if it was the other way around? It was optional to have it printed?
Through the Reeve, there will be a further report coming to address that issue. So councils cannot mandatory, especially with the tax billings, say thou shall do. We have to provide options to the ratepayers, but what a lot of municipalities do is surcharge those that do not elect the option. So if you wish to receive a mailing, council could put on administrative charge for that mailing. So it is identified, and there is some incentive to move off that way. Again, there are some pros and cons, and that will be dealt with in a future report to council.
Thank you. I really think it would be pertinent to look towards going as paperless as we can. Thank you.
Does council have any other questions for Mr. McKinnon? Does anyone care to make a motion, or? Councillor Christie.
I'll make a motion to give first reading to bylaw 1824, that being the bylaw for the electronic transmission of documents.
All righty, we have a motion to give first reading to bylaw 1824. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seems not. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. We have another motion to advertise. Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that administration be directed to advertise this bylaw as per the advertising guidelines and advertising bylaw 1772, and bring back all feedback to council at the September 22nd, 2020 meeting.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to advertise this bylaw. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seems not. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Bill. Our next agenda item, 9.1, Three Hills Victim Services Request. And who's taking this? Mike? Anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Your Evening Council. The item that's before you is a standard yearly request from Three Hills Victim Services. So when they apply for their yearly grant funding, they generally come to the county and ask for a letter of support for the overall program. And we're just we're recommending that council direct administration to provide that letter for the upcoming year.
Thanks, Mike. So specifically, we're just doing a letter of support. There's no financial implications. Is there any questions from council to Mike? What's council's wishes? Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to direct administration to provide a letter of support to Three Hills Victim Services as they apply for their Alberta Victims of Crime grant.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to send a letter of support. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seems not. Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Agenda item 9.2, Highway 21 Corridor Crime Watch Association. Mike?
The item here is a letter of request from the Highway 21 Corridor Crime Watch Association, and they're requesting sponsorship from council. In the initial letter of request, which is part of the package, there wasn't an amount outlined or a specific ask that came forward, so staff did contact them to see what they might be looking for. What they came back with was requesting, as you use the word requesting, essentially they outlined that Red Deer County provided them with $1,000 for the purposes that they've outlined, which is organizing open houses, signage, updating their social media, things like that. And so the recommendation before you is that we provide $1,000 to come from the 2020 operating grant. That would come out of our recreation, community, arts, culture budget line item. We have approximately $8,600 still available in that budget. So we could, if council chose, you could grant this request without budget impact.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Is there any questions? Councillor King.
Is this group actually active within Kneehill County? Or are they focused more on the northern end, like Delburn and up it that way?
I can speak to this, Councillor. They follow the Three Hills RCMP detachment area, so they're in Kneehill County in the Three Hills detachment area. That's their jurisdiction.
Okay, so you're saying they are active within
Yes.
within Kneehill County?
Yes.
Well, what's council's wishes? Councillor Keever.
This organization does have an actual board of directors and a named person and everything, or? I'd never heard of them.
I talked to one of the directors, and it sounds like they're just starting up. So I'm sure they have a board of directors, they have meetings.
Councillor Hugo.
I could probably answer a few of those questions. At the PAC meetings, this is with Councillor King. It's mostly Delburn in that area. It's being pushed up there. I've never seen any of the crime stats that they're supposed to be posting online. They're supposed to have that all online. I've never seen any of that. Possibly it is a good idea, but it seems to be north in Delburn, Elnora area. We seem to be kind of left out of a lot of it. Is maybe because we've never participated as much, but that seems to be where our RCMP detachment seems to go quite often.
Thanks, Councillor Hugo. Councillor Penner.
Just a little bit that I've heard about them is it is just starting up, like it hasn't been going very long, so I'm just, and that's just what I've heard. I haven't actually talked to a director or anybody, so, you know, I think it's great if we can help out in some way. Is $1,000 where we should be? And maybe we haven't seen any stats or anything yet, just because it's just starting up and they haven't got it all. They may have it there, but they haven't put it in print form or put it out there yet on social media or some kind of platform.
Councillor Hugo.
Not sure if it's just starting up, because I do know that the PAC meetings for the last couple of years, there has been supposedly reports on crime along the Highway 21, but I've never gotten any kind of a password. I've never seen administration receive a password to go on it to see whether we could access it. Maybe they are just getting a formal board of directors together, but I've never seen it at the PAC meetings where they actually wanted to get it, but so. It has been going for several years, but the formal board maybe is just starting now. I haven't heard anything from PAC.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Maybe it'd be pertinent to ask for more information, maybe a presentation or some information from the organization so that we can have a better idea of their makeup, their history, and the value for it. So my motion is to table this for pending further information. Is that the correct wording there, CAO?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve McGee. And I agree. I think we should have a little bit more information. I know our CMP is supposedly getting more boots on the ground to deal with real crime. So we'll see how that works in. So we have a motion before us to request more information. Is there any discussion to that motion prior to the question being called? Seeing as not, I will call the question, and the motion is it on the screen? Yes, it is. Is that the way you would like to see the motion? Wait for it to come up on screen. Is that how you'd like to see the motion? Table the agenda item to direct administration to provide further information.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Does anybody need a break? No, looks like we're good, so we'll go on to the next agenda item, 9.3. Assessment model review. Well, have at her, Mike.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. I think this item's before you. It contains a large amount of information. Throughout the presentation, I'll be working my way through it, going through some of the salient points and having them out there for questions from council, for any discussion, for our members of the public that are watching or tuning in later on the recorded live stream, to get an idea of what this issue is, what its impact might be, and where the county's concerns with it are. So as I said, there is a lot of information here. We've got the initial RFD. There is some background material as well from the rural municipalities of Alberta that I'll be going through in addition to the RFD. So some of the points may be doubled up, but it is an important item, and we'll be working through each of those documents in turn. So I'll go through the RFD. I'm not going to read the RMA documents verbatim, but I am going to cover them in some detail. So as we start working our way through there, we've prepared a report for council regarding the proposed changes to the assessment model for oil and gas facilities. And as I mentioned, we're going to be utilizing several other documents to go through this. Where this stems from is the province previously completed a technical review of oil and gas assessment. The current system that's in place for that assessment has been in place since 2005. And during that review, one of the concerns, this is already starting with the concerns, we weren't consulted in that technical review, and the resulting information has not been shared by the province. So the province has a technical review document that they're using to base the scenarios that they've put out to us on, but they've not shared that technical review with us or the RMA or AUMA, the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association. That technical report's not been shared, so nobody has the ability to go back and see how one report led to these outcomes. So there's a concern there. The council will recall that this is a continuation of the assessment model review that was done last year regarding shallow gas. So, and as part of that, when the assessments were changed for shallow gas facilities, that resulted in a loss of income to the county of $1.9 million a year. And of course, in the first year, that was offset by the province requisitioning or returning part of the requisition of education tax. But starting this year, that isn't happening, so that is a direct hit to the budget, which of course the county and council accounted for. And even with the tax increases that were put through, the county as a whole is still collecting fewer tax dollars than we did previously. So that this is it's a very different beast, but it is a continuation of some of those same initiatives. In doing this, the province worked primarily with industry to generate 4 possible scenarios for changes to the oil and gas assessment models. And the process was largely industry driven. So municipalities did have a couple of representatives on that panel. I can tell you that those representatives are not enthusiastic or pleased with their ability to participate. Industry was invited to submit models and to submit arguments. Municipalities were not. We also had a lot of difficulty given the communications embargo that was on that. As an example, I sit on the ARMA board, which is the representative board for rural municipal administrators in the province. Our member on that board was under a communications embargo that he wasn't allowed to share information with the rest of us, so we actually couldn't formulate any sort of response or provide input in that way. So the system itself was very structured in terms of that. One of the things that we do want to clarify is the issue that we're talking about before us is different than the natural end life adjustments or the production adjustments that occur each year. So as council's aware, when there's a facility, whether it's a pipeline or a well, and it's paying a tax bill just like any property owner does, and that facility is shut in or it's taken out of service, then those come off the assessment roll. This isn't that. That's an occurring process. We know that's going to occur. In fact, we're not looking forward to that this upcoming year because we know that's going to be a hit to us as companies are reacting to the economy and wells are being shut in. Those are going to be removed from the tax roll. We know that hit is coming. What it is, we won't know for some time yet until those actually are reflected in the assessment. So we know that's going to be a hit. We know that's going to happen. But that's different than this. They're 2 separate items. One occurs each year. This is a complete change to the model itself. So it's not just the natural, we're taking this out of production or it's being removed or something like that. This is a fundamental change to the assessment model. So when we're talking about the impacts of this, the impacts of the other are still to come as well. And they'll be in addition to this. So existing provincial budget impacts, we get some good, we get some bad. Just earlier in the meeting, council saw that we did receive some STIP funding. So there is that. That's a good news story. A lot of the other stuff are not good news stories. Is when we look at, I've mentioned the 1.9 million reduction in tax revenues collected from shallow gas producers. So that was again a provincial policy decision related to the assessment model. The 25% reduction in provincial grants over the next 5 years. So that's a loss of over 500,000 over that 3-year period, and that's upcoming. And council's fully aware of the addition of provincial policing costs. So this year that was 160,000 that the county's not had to pay before. And of course, as council's aware, that is escalating to 480,000 by the time we hit 2023. And that 480,000 is expected to be in perpetuity. And that's an additional hit that future budgets are going to have to account for. One of the things to note here, and we've been clear with the province on this, RMA has been clear on this, as has AUMA, is Kneehill County and pretty much every other municipality, nobody's under the impression that there aren't supports needed for oil and gas, given the current economy, given the impacts of COVID. And really, oil and gas is probably not the industry that needs it. We know that agriculture in many areas has been hit hard. We know that a number of other industries are hurting. So nobody is trying to put out an argument that that's callous or that's not reflective of the current economic times. What's out there is we're aware. Our issue with this is that we don't think this is the appropriate tool, and we actually think that these proposals are going to do more harm than they're going to do good. And some of that I'll get into detail in the later. The other point about this is that this isn't just a Kneehill County issue. We're one of the heavily affected parties in this, but this is across the province. And I think that's demonstrated by the fact that I think it was three weeks ago, there was actually a demonstration outside the legislature regarding this item, and that was held by municipally elected officials. So councillors from all over the province showed up to the legislature to demonstrate against this. I haven't heard of that happening before. Obviously, there's demonstrations that take place at the legislature, but for elected officials or other levels of government to do it is something new. And that gives you an idea of the level of concern across the province on this, because it does, when we look at the potential impacts, we're quite confident that there are municipalities and rural municipalities that will not be able to survive this. They will essentially cease to function as municipalities and revert back to the province. There are those cases out there that it does appear that might be the only option open to them. So the rural municipalities of Alberta is large on this item, and I can tell you that the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association is as well. They're in alignment with this because they understand that it's not just rural municipalities that are going to be impacted by this. Urban ratepayers are going to see tax increases as a result of this as well when we see some of the shift. So as an example, the shift in education costs, it will rejig the formula for policing. Seniors housing is determined by equalized assessment, and so if there's a big loss in assessment in rural municipalities, that tax burden is going to be increased on urban municipalities, and they get that. So they also, I think, understand that if rural municipalities do not have the income or the revenue available to them, our ability to fund services in the urbans is going to be decreased as well. So if there's services that we contribute to in the urbans, like fire departments, like recreation facilities, anything like that, our ability to contribute to those is going to be diminished, which may impact the ability for some of those services to continue to function. So the urban municipalities understand this isn't just a rural issue, they're greatly concerned about this as well. The scenarios proposed, and there's been 4 of them labeled A, B, C, and D. The county stands to lose I'm using air quotes here, in the best case scenario, 3.5 million, and in the worst case, upwards of 7.3 million. So in the literature that you've seen come out from RMA, it's listed at about 7 million. We took the numbers and we applied them. They were using the 2019 numbers. We've taken the data and applied it to the 2020 numbers, which is why we're showing 7.3. So we actually have updated that from the RMA information. So if you see a little bit of discrepancy in there, that's why. One of the things to put that in perspective is if the county were, and I'm not saying that this is the direction we're looking at, I think we recognize it's extremely problematic, but for perspective basis, if the county was to double all residential and farm taxes within the county, that would generate about $2.8 million in revenue. So if we were to do that, it would not actually cover the losses from the best case scenario being proposed by the province. And that's a doubling of residential and farmland taxes. So that, again, I'm not trying to put that out there to scare anybody, but it does put some numbers on there and kind of put this in perspective. If the proposal that the province goes with is a $7.3 million one, even if the county were to cut $3.5 million from services and projects that the county is doing, there's still going to be $3.5 million to make up. And we just saw what happens when we look at doubling, say, some of the taxes, as an example. The industry is pushing scenario D, and that is the worst case scenario. One of the other additions to that is with the pushing of scenario D, industry has a concern that if that was the one that went through, or any of the scenarios really, that one of the options available to municipalities would be to greatly increase the non-residential tax rate. They understand that that would not really achieve the results they're looking for, so part of their push also includes having the province dictate that that you not allow increases on industry. If that was put through, that means any increases would be pushed onto residential and other small businesses and things like that. So what they're saying is we want the taxes reduced and we don't want you to be able to make it up unless it's on the backs of other taxpayers. And so that again is that'll put a number of municipalities in a very bad position. We're part of that group. As I say, we're not immune from that. Is right now under the legislation, of course, council is aware that there is a 5-to-1 ratio, so the tax rate on non-res can't be more than 5 times your lowest tax rate. We're sitting just below 5 at the 4.9 and change. So really our room to increase anything is, we don't have the ability to really increase rates on remaining industry without a large increase on the residential side as well. So some municipalities have that tax room. Many and most are like us and they don't really have that room. Others don't even have that choice because they're still above that rate trying to get down to it. So as we go through, some of the core issues, or the principal, I shouldn't say the core, but maybe the principled issues of this is, well, most properties are assessed based on their market value. Designated industrial properties is what we call the DIPs. Designated industrial properties such as wells and pipelines are assessed based on several regulated factors linked to depreciation, size, construction costs, etc. I'm not going to go further into that, but there's a number of formulas and things that impact what that does, like the construction cost guidelines, those sorts of things. But needless to say, they're looked at, and the assessment year modifiers tie into that each year that are determined by the minister's office, and they come up with a number. And the intent of it all, though, even though it's regulated, is still to reflect an accurate value of the property. And that the assessment model's core, that is the guiding principle, is that if you're going to assess the value, it should have some reflection to what the actual value of the asset is. And that, in this process, by attempting to use the assessment system to enhance industry competitiveness, the changes are getting away from that. And what they're doing is they're saying, okay, we're going to artificially change that value to achieve a tax policy outcome on the other side. And we've put the argument back saying that changing the fundamental principle or going away from that principle is not only corrupting the assessment model, but you're trying to use that, and you being the province, you're trying to use that as a province to generate an outcome that is better served through tax policy, not assessment regulation. And so I understand that for most people this is a confusing realm. I'm not going to say that it isn't, but we're saying that you're applying the wrong tool to achieve the outcome that you want, and it's going to have a lot of detrimental effects. And sorry, my computer just went into lock, so I've got to unlock it here. So what we're looking at is the consistency of the model, or the principles in which it's based, end up being violated, as well as the transparency, because it's an arbitrary number. Later on in the presentation, I'll talk about some of the artificial ways that this is being changed, or why we don't think it's actually reflecting true market value or some market value. One other note is the assessment model is contained in the regulations, and it can be altered by the Minister of Municipal Affairs. So this isn't a broad legislative item that goes through. This is regulation. The minister has the power to make these changes. The Government of Alberta has reviewed the current property model and has proposed the 4 things. So I've talked about the dollar impact. For percentages, they're listing there, that's an assessment reduction of 12 and 24%. So basically, at the worst case scenario, a quarter of the property that we assess taxes on would be wiped out. The dollar figure is proportionately higher because of the tax rates. We have a lower tax rate on residential and farmland than we do on non-residential. So even though it's a quarter of the base, the dollar is not just a quarter, it's large. Kneehill County, when we look at this, and Councillor McGee, you've talked about the reserve funds in relation to bridges. The county does have a significant amount of reserve funds. I use the word significant from a pure dollar perspective. In the grand scheme of things, the amount that we have is not actually that significant. I know that sounds strange when we're talking about tens of millions of dollars, but when you're looking at the costs of paving a road, replacing bridges, replacing water systems, that money goes quickly. When you look at the operations of the county, we're not talking that we're not operating in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, we're operating in the tens of millions of dollars. So proportionately, we do okay, but we're not flush. And I understand if you just look at the pure numbers, it does appear that way. But in the grand scheme of related to the size of the operation, I think we have a good balance. That being said, we also know from our future financial plans and the forecast that a lot of that money is going to be eaten quickly. When we look at the road reserves and the road projects that are upcoming, we know that there's several $1 million over the next 2 or 3 years that are planned to be taken out of that reserve for infrastructure replacement. So that, that you might look at it and say, well, there's $8 million there today. When we've talked with council in budget, by the time we hit 2023, 2024, that's down to 500,000 unless we find a way to put more money back into it. So we go through those quickly. When our corporate services team looked at this under all 3 scenarios, without other changes, and those really come down, the other changes really come down to tax increases and service cuts. So services a county provides that we would no longer provide. Under any of those scenarios, our reserve funds are depleted within 3 years. And that's again, if there's no changes. Obviously, when we're looking at this, we understand that there needs to be changes in some fashion. So we, again, maintaining that the tax exemption, that it shouldn't be built into the assessment system, is this should be a different program that the province puts out on the other end, funded by the province, not on the backs of municipalities. The one thing we do note under all the scenarios that were put forward by the province and by industry is that there are mechanisms within them to reduce the assessment, to further reduce the assessment and drive their costs down when the economy dips, but there's no mechanism in any of the scenarios for those assessments to go back up when the economy improves. So what it is that if the economy drops more, then under these scenarios, industry would get a further decrease, but if the economy picked back up, they would still maintain the lower level of where they were going. So we don't see that as being an equitable part of this formula either. And when we look at that, the concerning bit to us is that when the province undertook the second phase of this, which was to develop the scenarios, it was put out there that their goal was to increase industry competitiveness while ensuring municipal viability. And it doesn't appear from any of the scenarios that that second part of the equation has made it into the review at all. And that's, again, what the RMA, what the AUMA, what municipalities across the province are coming back to the province with. The other thing that when we look at the actual numbers and what's being proposed is that the benefits of this are not shared across all of industry. And what becomes clear when we look at the numbers, and you'll see this when I get into the RMA documents, is that the biggest benefits of the proposals are the largest companies and these are the companies that have international reach, that have huge asset bases within the province. So these are the internationals that are able to move money around the planet, that are able to more easily take on those types of things. The local companies or the smaller oil and gas companies or the juniors that are really rooted in Alberta, that are based in Alberta, that employ a lot of people, they don't see nearly the same benefit to this as the large, really profitable oil companies do. And further of concern is that under the scenarios, including D, that industry is pushing, a lot of those smaller companies would actually see their taxes and assessment increase as a result. So while the very largest of oil companies realize large savings, a lot of the smaller, more local companies will actually have their taxes and assessment driven up as a result of the changes being put forward by industry. We don't think that's particularly a good outcome, because what ends up happening is a very large oil company that has more global reach can move that money around the planet. There is nothing in these scenarios or in these models that requires that money or even suggest that that money could stay in Alberta. That money can go wherever they're gonna look at the return on investment for it, which is what they tell us that they do. The more local companies that don't have that global reach are gonna see their costs go up. At least a number of them are, some of them are not. But you know, a number of them are. They're not gonna have the ability to move money around like that. They're gonna see different, they're gonna be hurt more. And those are people and companies that employ members of our community as well. And so we'd like to be able to say, well, this is the impact on company X and this is the impact on company Y. We know the province has that information, but again, that intentionally is not being shared with municipalities. So we're not able to make that determination as to who's impacted and how. We do hope that the companies are looking at this to be able to determine whether they're going to be negatively impacted or not. One of the fears as municipalities we have in this is that this is going to force a lot of juniors or smaller companies to shut their doors or to sell out to larger companies, in which case we're putting the argument forward that this is again missing the outcome or the stated desire of what this wants to achieve. If you know, I use the example is there was a company and the premier mentioned this company in a video or a press release that he did last week. Painted Pony was just sold to CNRL. So from that perspective is, you know, in one view, I think it could be put out there semantically that, well, okay, that's a further investment by CNRL in Alberta. And it might be by CNRL, but it's not increased investment in Alberta. Is that investment already existed and now the name on it's simply been changed. So it's not that a company is going out there like a 7 Gens or an Artis or somebody like that with a drilling program and is actually genuinely creating new investment. They're just switching the name on current investments. It's not creating new investment in Alberta. You know, if the company applies a lean model to that, you know, we haven't seen anything if there's going to be layoffs or anything like that, but generally when there's purchases of other companies, that's what follows. So again, we don't think that this is genuinely going to help a lot of the smaller companies. It's disproportionately beneficial to large companies that have already received massive tax breaks from the province and who have the ability to move money out of Alberta at will. And that's, again, one of our problems with this is we agree the industry needs support. We don't agree that this is a good way to do it. So even under, and this is what I was kind of talking about, is even under scenario D, so that's even under industry's most favorable scenario, there's 145 companies that would face assessment increases. And so that means even with no tax rate increase, their taxes would still go up. So again, the fact that that number can be put out there tells me that a list of company impacts exists. That list is not being shared, we're not able to see it. So those are numbers that are generated by the province as part of the review of this. The other, to kind of sum up that realm, is there's absolutely no link established in these scenarios proposed that any changes to the assessment model would make Alberta's oil and gas industry more competitive. We do think there's ways of doing that. We do think there's other programs that the province could put in place, but we don't see anything here that is directly going to achieve that outcome, which is exceptionally problematic when you consider the damage it's going to do to other taxpayers and to municipalities. So industry competitiveness, and I've used that in quotes, was never defined during the review process. Stakeholder representatives involved CAP, the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers, the Canadian Energy Pipelines Association, the Explorers and Producers Association of Canada. Again, it goes back to those entities. They provided no evidence as to how reduced property assessments would enhance competitiveness, in comparison to other industry cost drivers. So what else are the cost drivers on these companies? I know in the past some of them said that municipal taxes are a large operating cost. Again, we don't have access to the oil companies' books, so we're at their mercy in terms of them saying, well, it's this percentage or it's that percentage. They don't have to be as transparent with their books as government does. So it's a number that's there's numbers that have been put out there, but their authenticity or their veracity, we have no way of verifying that. The other problem that we're looking at this is that when we're talking of these scenarios, the 3.5 to the 7.3 million, that's only in year 1. And so when we look at this, there's been no multi-year impact analysis that's been shared, or as far as we know, that's been developed, and everything focuses only on the first year of implementation. But when we look at the models themselves, what we see is a far sharper depreciation curve than currently exists. So right now, when an oil and gas facility is developed, once it hits our books, it hits at about 2/3 of its value, and that's automatic. So when a well gets developed, it never hits our books at 100% of the value. It's automatically depreciated to 67%, and it stays there for its lifespan. So when it's 20 years old, it's still valued at 67%. Under the scenarios that have been put forward, the depreciation arcs on all of these facilities are increased greatly. So now some of them do start at, say, 90, but they escalate sharply downwards to the point where after 16 years, they're at 10% of their value, and that's for their entire lifespan. So they're essentially reduced to nothing within 16 years, even though their actual operating life is 20 to 50 years. And so when you look at the gap that's generated from being assessed at 2/3 versus 10%, that's going to create further revenue losses in future years. And so when we're talking 3.5 to 7.3, that's year 1 impact. It'll get worse in year 2, worse again in year 3, again in year 4. It'll continue to decrease as those assessments drop under the proposed models. The extent to that, again, we don't know. That modeling has not been done, and it's not been put out there for consideration by the provinces, or by the province. I've talked about the age of life sign and that. I talked about the tax burden shifting away from the oil and gas industry and onto all other businesses and residents. Most municipalities in the province are not going to have another choice. You can cut services, you can discontinue services that you've provided in the past, but at the end of the day, unless you're looking to make exceptionally massive cuts to services, that are going to have large detrimental impacts on residents and taxpayers, then you're looking at a combination likely of tax increases and service level cuts. As you go through, that's going to shift some of that tax burden, or a lot of it, over onto other taxpayers. And those are the residences, those are the farms, those are the acreages, those are the other non-oil and gas small businesses that are going to take the brunt of that. And that's not a great outcome. As we look, the proposals allow for, I've talked about that. To put it in perspective, if the county were to lose 7.3 million in revenue, that 7.3 million would be made up, could be made up if residential and farmland taxes increased by 40% and business taxes by 44%. Even in that scenario, we'd still be $1 million short of making up that amount. So you'd be looking at $1 million in cuts plus tax increases of that level. If we wanted to recoup the losses completely, then we're talking tax increases across the board of over 50%. I've mentioned that industry is pushing that industry be immune from any tax increases as a result of this. So if the county were to recoup from just residents and farms in order to help businesses, tax increases for 2021 would be approaching 300%. Those aren't, even if the county was to make service level cuts of 3.5 million, in addition to terminating the employment of a lot of staff, a lot of the businesses that we do business with, or that our suppliers, our vendors, entities like that, remaining residents and farms would still face increases of 35 to 40% starting next year. And as I mentioned, with the artificially inflated depreciation rates, those get worse in future years. So they start there and then they continue to get worse. So when we come to that, we recognize that simply recouping the entirety of those losses on the tax base is not a good outcome. It's not preferred. It's not the direction that we would recommend. We know it's also not the direction the council would want to go, which means that you'd be looking at a combination of tax increases as well as large service level cuts. Those are questions, things like, right now we have a basis for how often a grader completes a beat. So You know, as an example of a service level cut, you know, we currently have 10 grader beats that essentially the grader will get around the beat in, you know, 3 to 4 weeks. Is it okay if we reduce the service to the grader will get around every 5 or 6 weeks? We know that residents are not going to be happy with that, but those are the types of discussions when we talk service level cuts that we're looking at. And those don't extend just to grader beats, that's just an example, but that extends across the board in all areas of the county. Are there a number of things that we're currently doing that we're simply not going to do? We don't want to be in a position that some of our neighbors are in, where they've had to cut out their entire capital plan, they've had to cut out programs like dust control and things like that completely, because they just don't have the ability to do them anymore. One of the things that we do is if we cut out infrastructure replacement, we don't really gain, we might gain something today, but we really don't gain anything in the long term because that infrastructure deteriorates. You know, does that mean we're in a position where we're closing down roads and bridges or moving things, you know, in other directions? You know, council's going to have some tough decisions ahead of them around user fees and things like that. Right now, we subsidize a dust control program. You might, you know, there'll be a conversation coming your way for your consideration about whether that subsidy should continue at its current level, should continue at some other level, or whether dust control moves to a completely cost recovery basis. That again is going to drive costs back on the residents as they make use of that program. But those are the types of conversations that we'll be engaging in coming forward, is which, you know, we'll be engaging them in a point, to a point anyway. If any of these scenarios come through, then we're going to be much harder pressed to make decisions that are not going to be beneficial for our residents. All of this is happening at a time when the province has placed additional costs on us. I've talked about some of them, but the other ones that I alluded to were around the Intermunicipal Collaboration Fund. So the province required all municipalities to enter into ICFs, Intermunicipal Collaboration Funds, with their neighbors. With that, we've made commitments to our urban neighbors to help pay for some of the costs that our residents use, and that again is things like recreation, like fire, like providing some of the transportation services. There's a number of things out there that we do in partnership with our urbans that allow them to provide some of those services. The province has mandated that we enter into these agreements on with a cost-sharing outlook, and we're looking at this saying, well, you've just made us contribute to all of these other costs, and now you're eroding our revenue ability to be able to pay for that. And so that again is part of where all municipalities across the province are looking at this, saying, hey, we have to pay for this, and we understand that our residents are using it. That's okay, but you need to give us the ability to come up with the revenue to pay for it. So there's going to be impacts there if any of these scenarios go through. As an example, the AUMA, the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association, estimates that under these scenarios, towns would see additional funding increases of 2 to 10%, and villages would see 0 to 7% increases. And so that's things like education tax and policing costs and things like that. So, or sorry, that's just educational funding. That's not including things like policing costs. Kneehill housing is an example. The payment is determined on equalized assessment. If the county loses 25% of its assessment and Kneehill housing wants to maintain the same budget, that means it drives up costs for each of the urbans that are putting into it. Because that's going to be money that's not coming from the county. So there's going to be impacts there. And that's where a lot of the urban municipalities realize that even though it's the rurals losing this assessment, their residents are going to be faced with a tax increase just by virtue of these changes. So I've talked before too that the shallow oil and gas, that reduced the county's revenues by 7%. We recognize that as a part of that, even with the tax increases in 2020, the county is billing out $1.5 million less in tax revenue than we did last year in 2019. I use that term specifically, billing out, because as we're going to get to later in the presentation, we know that a number of these bills are not being paid. So what we bill out and what we collect are also different things. We recognize that massive increases to tax rates are not a viable option to mitigate the impact of the proposed models. So we also recognize that in order to reduce expenses by 13 to 26%, that significant reductions in service levels will be made. I've touched on some of the, not necessarily what some examples of that might be, but they would be across the board in all different areas. If any of the models are put into place, we'd be required to do some combination of the two. And so those are some of the main points. If we flip over to some of the RMA documents, I'll go through those. So under the first one I'm looking at is Rural Municipalities of Alberta, the Assessment Model Review Outcomes Summary is the title of that document. So again, it talks about some of the same things that I did, who is involved in this, what some of the outcomes were. It does talk about that due to the confidentiality requirements, this is a communication embargo that I've referred to before. A lot of this information could not be shared until just recently. So we're kind of getting it all at once. And we've got a very short time frame in which to make a lobby effort or to put back to the province if this isn't the right approach to give industry the support that it needs. So again, the review concluded with 4 scenarios and ranging in averages around there. And one thing to note is that most of the numbers in here are averages across municipalities. There are ones that are more. As an example, we see to 20% in scenario D. We know our own impact is greater than 20%. It talks about the same thing I did in terms of the multi-year impact. There's been no multi-year analysis of this done. We can infer from the depreciation rates that it's going to get worse, but there is no formal study out there that we know of or that's been released that says this is exactly what that looks like. So again, talks about the technical summary. I'm not going to go through the wells and what the current regulations are, but there is some background in there in terms of how they're assessed, how they're due. You'll see the depreciation set factor is 67%. That's the 2/3 I talked about before. This is what outlines some of those things for comparison. When we drop to, if we continue to head down through that document, it does go through the scenarios and says, here's what's changed, here's what is there. The document then moves into talking about the same idea I did, is that they're trying to use the assessment model and changes to that to affect a tax policy outcome. If you want to affect a tax policy outcome, do things that affect tax policy, not the assessment base. And that's one of the core arguments that municipalities are pushing back in this. So when we go, there's also in part of this review, and we think this has been overlooked, many existing tax policies within the assessment model are still in existence despite their original intent having long since passed. So it highlights the danger of the permanence or the lack of transparency of using the assessment model to engage in obvious tax policy initiatives. Once they make these changes, they're basically in place forever. Yeah, the minister can change them, but then you've got to claw back and you've got to go backwards, and we know how difficult that is. So we're saying it's not the move to go in this. Again, some of the major concerns that I'll touch on as outlined in the document. The rates in the minister's guidelines should reflect the typical cost to construct, or in this case, drill the well. Construction costs include both labor and equipment, and the only costs which can be excluded are those under the construction cost reporting guidelines. So I referred to those as construction cost guidelines previously in the presentation. Without information from the technical review, we don't have the ability to evaluate specific changes in base costs, but it doesn't look like one flows from the other. What we know of how assessment is done now, it doesn't appear that these models flow from that. But again, verifying that is something we can't do without the technical report, which isn't being released. The depreciation I've talked about, there's some additional information in there talking about the depreciation cycles. So there are ones where they start at 90% or 75% depending on the scenario, but they depreciate much quicker and they get below that 2/3 a lot faster. So they're, even though they start a bit higher, they quickly get below the current assessment model and they drop down to 10%, which is where that artificial depreciation curve, that is the artificial depreciation curve, and that drives further revenue loss in the future. Even if the wells or pipelines are actually flowing more product or producing more in the future, their assessment is still dropping by that rate. When we look at the municipal impacts, and so I'm floating down through the document still, again, RMA talks about the limitations in the data. And so we can model what the potential changes for 2021 are, but we don't know the models going beyond that. And again, we can only read from the depreciation curves that they're going to get worse. When we look down on some of these, is you do get into the tables. So I'm looking at the overall municipal assessment base change to RMA members, and remembering that these are averages, or at least this top column is. So when we look at that, they're talking that even under the best case scenario, the average assessment law, or the assessment base change, the average assessment difference for municipalities is still over 126 million. In scenario D, it's over $382 million in assessment loss. When we go down to the percentage tax changes, you can see that, or the assessment changes, in the worst case scenario under D, the average rural municipality is losing 24% of its assessment base. So again, it's not just a Kneehill County issue, this is across the province. We do see under that, if we follow that down, scenario D, even under any scenario, the most impacted rural municipalities, and thankfully that's not us, but the most impacted municipalities stand to lose over 50% of their assessment base. So that's 50% of their taxable property wiped out and gone. And that's where we talk about the municipal viability of some of the rurals. And that's, there are those around who are going to face that right away. And then there's going to be other ones like ourselves who, you know, we're looking at the next 2-3 years. We've got a window to figure out how we deal with this before we find ourselves in that position as well. So we continue to go on. Percentage of municipalities with assessment-based loss above 10% by RMA district. Our district is number 2. So under even the best case scenario, 62% of our neighbors across central Alberta are losing more than 10% of their revenue. Under scenario D, it's 85%. So we do look at some of these. I'm not going to look at potential response options, but that table talks about the numbers we've given you already related to the county about, you know, what does recouping all of this on residential mean for a tax increase? What does recouping this across the board and the rest of the assessment mean for tax increases? This is a table that's talking about some of those things, not specific to Kneehill, but across the province. And so as we're looking for this is, again, they're reiterating in bold there that the tax burden is simply going to be shifted away from oil and gas and onto all other businesses and residents. And that again drives back to our argument that if the outcome of this is to shift the tax burden, that doesn't help all of the other businesses that are also hurting as a result of the economic climate, as a result of COVID-19 impacts. They don't need that, and it's going to be very detrimental to them. And that's our concern, is that we don't want to be in a position where we have to do that on the backs of other industries to save the one. And so that's part of the big concern in all of this. If we continue to go further down that document, and I'm on page 55 of the agenda package, is the RMA took the task of dividing 750 oil and gas companies that own property impacted by the review, so there's a couple caveats in there, into the following categories based on the overall value of their assessed assets. So when you look at the tier 1 companies, these are companies that have assessed assets valued at over 500 million. There's 27 of them. These are the very large international players that I talked about before. Breaking them into different categories. So the ones I want to focus on are tier 1 and tier 5. You get down to tier 5, these are the assessed asset values of under $1 million. These are the small oil and gas companies. These are a lot of the juniors. These are the little guys. They are with assessed value of under $1 million. You see the ones, even the tier 4, 1 million to 20 million. Most of the companies fall into those two tiers. So when you look at that, of the 750 companies that are impacted by this, 335 of them are Tier 5 companies with under $1 million in assets. Only 27 of them are the large Tier 1 international corporations that are out there. When you add in Tier 4, another 227, you're at 562 of the 750 companies have under $20 million in asset value, in assessed value. So predominantly, the majority of those companies are down lower in the assessment base. You follow that through onto the next page, and you get the impacts. Under Tier 1, under Scenario D, the percentage of firms with tax increases is 0. So he understands why they're pushing it, right? You float that down to, and that's under Tier 1, right? Those are those 27 companies. So there's no scenario that sorry, that's not correct what I was about to say. Where I'm going is under Scenario D, the one that they're pushing, none of those 27 companies see tax increases, and they see an average savings across the province of just over 7.1 million a year. Let's call it 7.2. If you float down to Tier 5, of those 335 companies, of the scenario being pushed by industry, Scenario D, if that goes through, 30% of those companies, so basically 110 of those 335 companies, are actually going to see assessment and tax increases as a result of this change. So the big companies who got the largest tax breaks, the 4.5 billion tax cut from the province, those largest companies under this scenario are not going to see tax increases, they're going to see savings. The little juniors, the more local companies, the ones that are more rooted in the province, fully a third of them are actually going to see tax increases out of this. And that again drives back to our argument, this is not a good outcome. The companies that can most afford to pay the money get the biggest breaks. The ones that can least afford it are getting hit hard. And that's where we're saying there's a flaw to this model or to these proposals. If you compare that with Scenario B, which is one of the mid-tier ones, then you do actually see that fully 20% of the Tier 1 companies actually do see tax increases as a result of Scenario B. 41% of Tier 5 companies do. So those numbers get worse when you add in the Tier 4 companies who make up, as we said, like 560 of the 750 companies. Under Scenario D, you've got 45% of them actually see tax increases. And that again, that's not achieving what we feel should be the outcome of this model. We feel that certainly looks like big oil has come in and made something that's very beneficial to them, but not as beneficial to a lot of the little players who make up the majority of companies in the province. And that's, again, what is actually going on there, or what the intent is. We're not in a position to say that, but when we look at the data, we see what appears to be the case. So say, what does this mean? It says, industry is arguing that Scenario D is the only option to truly enhance competitiveness, and that may be true given the options developed. So if you're looking at only A, B, C, and D in a vacuum, then sure, it does look like Scenario D is the best one for industry. Our argument again is it's not a vacuum, and there's a lot of other impacts. There's a lot of other, you pull one lever, there's a lot of other levers that move. The scenarios A, B, and C would hurt municipalities and hurt most oil and gas companies, while Scenario D would decimate municipalities and provide at least modest relief to all company tiers, though again, under Scenario D, those companies in Tier 4 and 5 would be disproportionately hit. So the only group that wins in every scenario put forward is the largest oil and gas companies, and again, these are the ones that have worldwide holdings and are under absolutely no obligation to put this money back into the province. So this money could easily be shifted to North Dakota or BC or the Gulf Coast or Europe or anywhere, or it could simply be given back to shareholders. We know some of the companies making this pitch. You can clearly see it on their website. They paid out $2.7 billion in dividends last year. That's billion with a B. So when we're looking at that and we're saying, these aren't the companies that need this help, it's the much smaller ones, none of these scenarios appear to achieve that effect. So when we continue down and we go into, I'm not going to go through the alternative approaches, but know that this part of the document is where RMA is putting out there saying, hey, the assessment model same argument we've put out, the assessment model is not the place to make these changes. If you want to affect tax policy, put these out on the tax policy side of the equation, and some of these are aimed at that. So I'm going to skip down from there to the,
Excuse me, Mike, just before you continue, just as a point of order, we have a public hearing in 5 minutes, so perhaps we should take a small break and get ready for that and then come back to this. Mr. Chairman?
Okay, I think that's probably prudent. We do want to start our public hearing on time. Sorry to break in, but you really haven't given us any good news, so. So we'll take a break, recess, and come 1773. Could we have a motion to bring us out of council and into public hearing? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I so move.
Okay, we've got a motion to come out of council and to go into public hearing for bylaw 1823, opened at 10:04. A few announcements I'm gonna make. If any person interested in, oh, we gotta vote, sorry. All those in favor? Okay, carried unanimously. Sorry about that. I got ahead of myself again. If any person's interested in speaking for or against the proposed bylaw and haven't done so already, should register their names on the appropriate speakers list so your names may be correctly recorded into the minutes. If you have not already done so, please see Jenna Kester in the lobby to register your name on that list. The use of audio and video recording devices and cameras by the press or the public is prohibited. I will now introduce members of council, starting from my right.
Jim Hugo. Glenn Keever.
Ken King.
Jerry Whitstock.
Fay McGee.
Debbie Penner?
Wade Christie.
And also seated with us with council is Mike Hogan, our Chief Administrative Officer. I will now outline the meeting process. Individuals speaking for or against the proposed bylaw today will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. A spokesman speaking on behalf of a group petition may speak for a maximum of 10 minutes. We have a time clock that's displayed on the screen. At 2 minutes it turns yellow, 1 minute turn red. And when the clock hits 0, there will be a 5-second warning that your speaking time is complete. All questions to council will be directed to myself as chairman, and I will direct the questions to the person best suited to answer. No questions will be taken from the gallery. No debate will be allowed. All presenting speakers shall state their name and address. If you have already submitted a letter on or before the advertised deadline, you may only address council at this hearing on new information not contained in your letter. Any person who would like to present using electronic presentation will bring their USB flash drive to the presenter's desk, where the staff member will open the file at the presenter's laptop. The order of presentations to be made to council today will be, firstly, administration will present an overview and summary regarding the proposed bylaw. Secondly, the applicant shall state their name and present the application within a time period of 20 minutes. Third, member of council can ask questions for clarification to the applicant. Fourth, the chair shall open the floor to presentations from the public who are in favor of the proposed bylaw. The order of these presentations will be made in the following order. Administration will come forward and read the written submissions. Individuals will be called in order as they appear on the individual speakers list. Group speakers will be called in order as they appear on the group speakers list. Fifth, the chair shall open the floor for presentations from the public who are opposed to the proposed bylaw. The order of these presentations will be in the following order. Administration will come forward and read the written submissions. Individuals will be called in order as they appear on the individual speakers list. Group speakers will be called in the order as they appear on the group speakers list. Council members are allowed to ask questions of clarification to the individual group speaking to the proposed bylaw. Sixth, after the hearing for those persons on the speakers list in support or in opposition, I will ask if anyone else present wishes to speak in support or opposition to the proposed bylaw. Seventh, the applicant will get a chance for a rebuttal, which will be no longer than 10 minutes. Eighth, I'll allow questions for clarification from council members to the applicant. I will now ask our Planning and Development Department to come forward to make their presentation. Welcome, Brandy. I know I didn't speak nearly as fast as you. This could have been 3 minutes shorter if it was you doing it. So anytime you're ready.
All right, I'll try and speak slow. This is the public hearing for bylaw 1823 for Horseshoe Canyon. Part of the MGA of section 606 of the note says that we need to place notification. So we placed notification in the Three Hills Capital for July 29th and August 5th, 2020. Notice was also placed on the Kneehill County website, and notices were also sent to adjacent landowners and referral agencies. In 2007, Highway 9 was realigned and Alberta Transportation gifted Kneehill County the parcel. The star indicates the parcel that was gifted to us. There's two little pieces up there, but yeah, the star shows the portion that was a present. The outhouses were added in 2008, and the parking lot was paved in 2010. Since Kneehill County does not own the road segmenting our parcel, therefore we do not legally own some of the infrastructure that has been developed over time at the site. The purpose is for closing the road and consolidating them to an existing plan would enable the land to be utilized more efficiently. It will not jeopardize the legal access to other parcels in the area. And this is the survey plan that the surveyor gave to us to show the consolidation that is being included in the bylaw. A portion of the road already belongs to Kneehill County. That's the portion highlighted in green. Kneehill County will be consolidating the other portion that shows the arrow into the new plan. Currently, Kneehill County holds a 3.56 acre title to an area directly south of the Horseshoe Canyon that is fragmented by the road plan 834 LK. This parcel contains a portion of the parking lot and a small portion of the canyon itself. The existing outhouses are on the boundary of the road allowance, and a portion of the undeveloped township road runs through the parking lot, the turnaround, a portion of the canyon, and some of the enhanced trail down to the base. Currently, the outhouses are not in compliance with the setback requirements in our land use bylaw, and consolidating these additional lands would bring the parcel size to approximately 7.5 acres. There's just a few pictures showing the area. Planning considerations, no letters were received in favor. No letters were received in opposition. We did get a response from ATCO Electric. There is a power line in the area and an agreement does need to be signed. This will be sent to the minister as well in the package. The next steps are a package will be forwarded off to the Minister of Transportation for approval. If approval from the province is granted, the second and third reading will be required by council, and then a final survey, appraisal, and transfer of land will take place.
Okay, does council have any questions for the planner? Doesn't look like it. I will now ask the applicant to come forward and make your presentation. I guess we already have. Okay, and council does not have any questions for the applicant. I will now ask administration to come forward and read the written submissions that are in favor of the proposed bylaw. From what I can tell, there are none. And there are no speakers for the bylaw. Individual speakers list. Okay, so we can skip over that. There are no speakers in favor as a group. I will now ask administration to come forward and read the written submissions that are opposition, and there are none opposed to the proposed bylaw. And there are no individual speakers that are opposed, and there are no group speakers that are in opposition to the bylaw. I will now ask one final time if there's anyone else present who wishes to speak in support or opposition of the proposed bylaw. And I don't see anyone. Does the applicant wish to offer a rebuttal? Alrighty. Does council have any further questions for the applicant, which happens to be us? I see none, so now I will declare the public hearing closed and ask for a motion to go back into regular council meeting. Councillor Christie.
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So we are complete on the public hearing. Okay, before we did this, we were Assessment model review, Mike, and I'll turn off my mic to see if I can keep the feedback down.
Okay. So continuing on with where I left off, is we're looking at currently on page 60 of the council agenda, and that is the PowerPoint component Kneehill model review assessment. This I'll go through a bit quicker because we've a lot of these points again we've talked about, though there are some new ones in here as well. So again, each scenario proposed reduces assessment values across rural Alberta. I've talked already about the concerns that we have, but again, they're in there listed as part of that point. Going back to the objectivity of the regulated assessment model and our fears that this is actually going to reduce the competitiveness of many small oil and gas companies, and the main beneficiaries are the large ones who are already making very large profits. Concerns over the proposed model, that it's one-sided, is it is entirely for the benefit of large industry, and is not achieving its stated outcome of balancing industry competitiveness with municipal viability. As we go the next slide on page 64, I've talked about this already in that the benefit is lopsided. Concerns over the proposed model is again that future outlook. Is we know what year one is going. We know what the hit looks like it's going to be in year one, but it's going to get worse in years 2, 3, 4, and so on. And we don't know what that looks like. Nobody does. And that's where we're saying is we need, for municipalities to be able to look at this, or for anybody to be able to consider it, we need those long-term impacts outlined. The concerns is I talked before around, if we cut capital programs, if we don't do that sort of stuff, the capital programs are really about infrastructure renewal. So if we don't do them, all that really happens is we incur an infrastructure deficit. And we get to the point where we're closing down roads or closing down bridges or doing things like that. And that's not of service to industry itself. And it's definitely not of service to all of our other residents who rely on those roads, whether that's not just to get to their homes, but when you look at agriculture as an example, I mean, we have the road network we do to help people get crops and to get their livelihoods from the farm to everybody's tables. So that's, we have a system built for that. Our ability to continue to make sure that system is where it needs to be. We do have a lot of infrastructure out there that we know is coming up on due. We've got a lot of old dirt roads that are built many decades ago that are not, we're not running out to replace them just to spend some money and stuff like that, but we identify that they are going to need to be replaced and rebuilt with proper modern roads in the future. That's going to take money. It's going to happen over a long period of time, but it will take revenues to do that. Impacts specific to Kneehill County. Again, we've touched on those, and so I'm going to go through those pretty quickly. If I get down to page 69, is the average rural municipality manages manages 1,955 kilometers of gravel roads and over 120 bridges. And again, this road network exists in the rural areas so that we can get agricultural products or other products like oil and gas or wood or resources such as minerals, mining, those things, so we can get those out of from where they're produced and into global markets. And this is what the province's wealth is based on. And the primary mechanisms for doing that are managed by rural municipalities. We're no different. Ourselves, Kneehill County has over 2,400 kilometers of roads to maintain and 213 bridge structures. You got a glimpse of the cost of those bridge structures. You saw 4 of them today in an earlier presentation. Well, we have 213 of them, and they range from small to large, right? So there's significant infrastructure costs there. If we continue on, we've already talked about the tax increases. I've talked about the impact on our urban partners. We've talked about current challenges. So those are that last year through changes, the province already took away $1.9 million of our revenue. They added the policing costs. There was a reduction in ongoing provincial grants. We've seen all of those things happen in the last year. And looking at our current challenges, I foreshadowed this earlier in the presentation. but we've already lost significant revenue since 2016 due to industry tax write-offs and arrears. So when we look at the arrears, so the arrears portion from 16 and 17, we've got it broken out there. We can see we have 500,000 in taxes outstanding from 16 and 17. There's 1.8 million from 2018 and 3.3 million from 2019. And so those are taxes that we've billed out, but that we've not collected. And there's a combination of things going on there. Some places are simply choosing not to pay. There's oil companies across the province that are doing that. There's others where their ability to pay, given the current economy and stuff like that, is non-existent. We get that. Council has seen that with some companies and entered into agreements to try and facilitate enabling them to pay their taxes. That's the purpose of some of the agreements that you've entered into with a couple of the companies, is to try and recoup those. The write-offs are the ones that we know we're never going to collect because those companies have gone bankrupt. The current economy has pushed them under. In 2019, we wrote off 1.4 million. 2020 so far, just under 770,000. We do have another 900,000 that we're anticipating is going to be uncollectible because of companies that as far as we know are about to enter the bankruptcy process. So again, those are monies that we're not going to collect. For a regular person, the county has a mechanism that we can recoup that, and that's the tax auction and that process that we go through. We never want to go through that, but it is a tool that's available to us. There isn't a tool for these facilities. If they don't pay, no municipality is going to go in and take over an oil well and all of the liability and reclamation costs and everything that comes with that to try and recoup it. It's not a good thing to do. So again, it's what's led to the lobby effort that council is aware of that we're making to the province around. There's got to be a mechanism for municipalities to collect these taxes. The other thing that happens out of recent court decisions, like Virginia Hills and its like, are that municipalities are not considered secured creditors under the Bankruptcy Act. So it means, as an example, you look at up north, Northern Sunrise County had an issue where one of their companies went bankrupt. They owed the county several $1 million in taxes. They sold off their assets for something like $49 million, and the county had no recourse or option to recoup any of that funds or to have any of those taxes paid, and the courts have supported that model. So again, even when a company goes bankrupt and sells off its what assets it does have, as municipalities, we're not entitled to that, and that is a decision that has gone through the courts and come out that way. Again, it's a lobby effort from us to the provincial and federal government, and when I say us in this case, it's municipalities, not just Kneehill County, that needs to change. Is like the federal government or like anybody, like other levels, we need to be a secured creditor. We've also made other petitions that there should be more governance through the AER for companies that are not in good standing. And to date, over the years, we've been making that pitch. That hasn't made it anywhere. So we'll continue that, but this again is feeding into the current challenges that we have, and it feeds back into the point. We agree that industry needs some support given the current economic climate, given our access to markets and everything else that goes with it. But what's being proposed as changes to the assessment model is not the way to do it, and it's actually going to further hurt some of these companies that are already hurting. So in summary, we've got the average loss. We've got, pointing out as we have that it's other commercial properties and taxes and farms who are really going to pay the price on this. And that's through a shifting of the tax burden and reduced services. So you're gonna see what's out there when we have to react to these changes. If any of them go through, people are going to pay more and they're going to get less for it. And that's, it's never good. So it's not a position we want to be in, but us and pretty much every other rural is going to be in a similar type of position to that, is figuring out those decisions. So again, leads to what can municipalities do? This is a provincial decision. We're encouraging people to contact their provincial politicians. Council's aware we've met with Nathan Cooper on this issue and talked to him about our concerns with it, and we're encouraging residents to do the same. So not only the MLA Nathan Cooper, but this is a decision that will ultimately come out of the Office of the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Of course, that's Casey Madu. So we've included the contact phones and emails for both of those entities here. And hopefully in the presentation so far and the little bit that's remaining, some of the talking points or what the true impact of this is going to be acknowledged by our public. There's a reason why municipalities across the province are concerned about this and why it's not just a Kneehill County thing. There's a reason why there was a demonstration at the legislature that there was, that this is getting picked up on, because it's recognized across the board this is going to be bad. So it takes us to, I think the last part of this is the RMA document, the position statement. Again, I'm not going to go through here verbatim, but I'll touch on this. It really reiterates a lot of the points that we've covered off before, and talks again about the regulated assessment model being highly complex and not designed to be used to provide targeted support. The assessment model, again, is a model that in some ways tries to put everybody on a level playing field in terms of your assessment is based on actual values of the property being assessed, whether that's your house, whether that's farmland, whether that's an oil well, whatever it is. This is undoing that core principle of the assessment model because it's trying to achieve an outcome on the other side. And that's what we're saying is principally that's wrong. Is if you want to do an incentive on the other side, do an incentive on the other side. But don't corrupt the assessment model by doing this, because there are other ripple effects. If you do this for one industry or one classification of property, what are you going to do for every other property when they're hurting too? We know that there's a lot of agriculture out there that is hurting. What are you going to do for those properties? That's the same as what you're doing here. So there's a precedent here and a corruption of the model that we're saying is going to lead to bad things. That being said, if you want to do tax policy incentive on the other side, do that on the other side. That ties back into the ability to pay is not a factor in the assessment model. The assessment model is not there to determine a property owner's ability to pay. It's there to assess the value of property. Tax policy is where the ability to pay comes into the fold. But the assessment model is simply there to determine a value. It should actually be outside of the consideration, well, it is, and should be outside the considerations of ability to pay, because it's simply there to determine a value. The ability to pay is a tax policy question on the other end of the process. So again, tying into that, manipulating the assessment system to support industry competitiveness will have a wide range of impacts on municipal assessment values, which affect revenues, grant distributions, requisition calculations, and will have both local and regional impacts across Alberta. We've talked about those. Those are the educational tax impacts. Those are the impacts to our urban partners when it comes to things like Kneehill regional housing. Our ability to partner on different regional projects. And the big one in this is there's absolutely no mechanism, and again, this is because you're trying to use, and not you, but the province is trying to use the assessment model to find tax policy and investment outcomes, is there's no mechanism that requires any oil and gas company that saves money from this to put those savings back into Alberta in the form of job creation or capital investment. A company could take those savings, like many of them did with the shallow gas savings, and just increase their yield to shareholders, in which case that money's going everywhere, but it's not going back into jobs and property creation within Alberta. And so there's no mechanism in these models that dictates that as an outcome. So the rest of it is what is RMA's position on the outcomes. In large part, we've talked about those. We've talked about the data used to develop them and the secrecy the province is used to do that in. That's really where a lot of the rest of that document comes in, and then finishes up with, there's some other alternatives that are out there that the provincial government could make use of to achieve the effects that it wants. So this is not looking like it's going to be, it looks like it's going to benefit a select few entities that are really pushing for it, but at the detriment of everybody else. We, the RMA, the AUMA, and municipalities across the province feel there's other ways that could be of benefit to an industry that I think we all acknowledge is in need of some help right now. But that's where that's where this thing boils down to. So with that, that really concludes the presentation on the assessment model review. It is a large process, it is a complex process, but what's coming at us is not going to be, it's not going to be beneficial, and it's not one of those things that we're just going to be able to deal with without there being large-scale impacts on the other end. There's not the, I know that some individuals have the perception out there that there's a lot of extra money floating around the county. If we get hit with having to cut 3.5 to 7.3 million, there is no way that is not going to have large detrimental impacts to everybody via their taxes or service level cuts. And that's you know, part of why we've been so vocal as the county, yourselves meeting with the MLA, engaging with RMA in order to head off these impacts and find different solutions to the problems that are ahead of us as a province.
Okay, thanks, Mike. It's not very good news, and I reiterate, regardless of which scenario the province chooses to pick, hopefully none of them, it is going to really, really adversely affect our ratepayers. Currently, with these scenarios, the government, provincial government, is looking at rural ratepayers being asked to subsidize oil and gas. And those same rural ratepayers are also being asked by these oil and gas companies to lower their lease payments by between 30 and 50%. So we're getting a double whammy there. And I just cannot stress highly enough how we can't let this happen. So if we can get as many people as we can to object to the provincial government, I think in the long run, maybe we will be heard. Is there any questions from council for Mike? Councillor Christie.
Well, one of my big concerns is this is a one-year summary of what's coming. It's going to get worse year after that.
And that's a large point of why municipalities are concerned about this, is because the hits that we've outlined, the 3.5 to the 7.3, are exactly that. Those are the first year impacts. If it's 7.3 in the first year, that number is going to increase each year thereafter as a depreciation occurs. The addition to this is, when this is only one part of the overall puzzle, is I mentioned at the top of the presentation that we also have the natural shut-in or the natural disconnection of some facilities. We're already looking at a significant assessment hit, or we believe we are. We haven't seen those numbers yet, and we won't for a while yet. But with what we know is going on out there in terms of shutting in wells or pipelines, if those were done by, I think it was July of this year, those are going to be taken off the assessment roll. So we're naturally going to lose that assessment anyway. And the hit from that, which is not going to be small, is going to be added to this as well. So the 3.5 to the 7.3 is just this one issue. There's other issues that are going to drive those pressure points as well that naturally occur.
And there still has not been anything addressed for those that are choosing not to pay their taxes. There are some that are going insolvent, they're going through bankruptcy. We're never going to see money there, but just the ones that choose not to pay, we have no teeth there.
No, and that again is not a Kneehill County specific thing. That is across the province, and I know a number of our colleague municipalities are dealing with that issue.
Is it still felt that this month is when he's going to announce which one it's going to be?
Our understanding of this process is that when it was initially came out, and we don't know the accuracy of this, so when I use the term understanding, it really is just what we believe, is that initially we're not even sure that there was intended to be much of a consultation process about this. But given the impacts, Rural Municipalities of Alberta, RMA, really drove the need to have this information go out to municipalities so that their voices could be heard. Because as they were going through this and looking at what these impacts were going to be, is knowing that this was going to be bad across the board for the province, and wanting to make sure that there was a chance for municipalities, for residents to really voice their concerns with the provincial government as a way of indicating that, hey, this needs to be looked at again. So our understanding, while no date has been set, is that they're essentially, the plan is essentially August, or at least the first 3 weeks of August would be the consultation period where people could listen back, and then we'd see where it goes from there. So, but in terms of any official date, that's never come out as to when that decision's going to be in place or made or effective by, or anything like that. Our impression is that the intent around the timing of the review was to try and get changes in place this year so that they would take effect in the 2021 tax year.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I have so many comments because it's such a large, broad thing, and so I won't share all of them today, but I sure have a lot to say, and it's hard to refrain myself. I found myself feeling very defensive when I watched the press conference that our premier did answer a reporter's question on this thing, and he states that they are seeking input from municipalities. I think seeking is an extremely misleading statement. I think we have to take responsibility as a municipality, as a community, as individuals, as industry owners, etc., to make sure any voice can be heard about this, because the impacts are huge. I think it is, to me, it reminds me of the carbon tax scenario we had a couple of years ago. Great theory about why we need to fix something. Love the theory. It is so narrow focused that it's going to create thousands more problems that will affect every Albertan, but especially our rural Albertans. And we need their voices. And I think we need to make I'd like for us as a council and as administration to talk about what action plan of communication to educate our residents on how to speak for this is important, because this is overwhelming. And every time I've brought this up with a resident, they just say, well, we have to support the oil industry somehow. It's so overwhelming and so big for them. They just go back to that principle that we need to support them somehow. We've had it too good. And so, yes, we all agree with that. What we need the resident to see is this isn't the way to do that. And I think that isn't the message yet with a lot of the people I've spoken to in the last week. So I'd love more conversation around our action plan for communication.
Councillor King.
I guess, like the frustration I have with the process that we talked about here this morning is the fact that the province has basically listened to oil and gas, but to no one else. I'd heard the Reeve earlier talk about how the oil and gas companies have asked farmers and producers to take reduced lease payments. They haven't asked. They've told you. And that's what they're doing here. They're not asking rural municipalities what they think. Oil and gas companies want to tell us what's going to happen here. And the province is in their pocket. The province is aiding and abetting this situation. As far as I'm concerned, there's no fairness in this process. There's never been a consultation where we've had opportunity to actually sit down with somebody who can actually impact something, other than when we sat down with Nathan. I don't believe the Premier is interested in our opinions. I think his mind is made up. And my fear is this is going to be like the policing thing that we went through not that long ago, where they come out and they pitch you with 4 or 5 proposals, each one being worse than the last, and then at the very end they pick the least harmful, in their opinion, and say, we listened. That's garbage. I could see us getting proposal A, and then the province telling us that they listened to our input. Our input should be, there are none of these, and that's what RMA is saying, that's what AUMA is saying, that's what everyone should be saying, is none of these proposals
are adequate, none of them fit the need, none of them are suitable, they should all be trashed. Start over again, use the appropriate tool. And to me, my big fear is Premier Kennedy's gonna come out and tell us rural Albertans, he's our friend, he chose scenario A, doing the least amount of harm to us, which is a bunch of baloney. Scenario A costs every taxpayer in Kneehill County over $700. Not every taxpayer, every resident in Kneehill County will pay that. Over $700 for the province to give a gift to big oil and gas. To me, that's absolute stupidity. Why do the 3 members of my household want to give $701, 700 and whatever dollars to oil companies just so that they continue to operate in Alberta? And it's not the little guys who are employing our neighbors who are going to get this benefit. It's the big companies. And to me, this is absolute crazy. And this isn't a province-driven or ratepayer or taxpayer-driven initiative. This is oil and gas. This is who's driving this. And this is who is not asking, they're telling both us and the province this is what they want. And they're demanding it. And there's no fairness in this. There's no rational, reasonable thinking gone into this. This is absolute foolishness, in my opinion.
Thanks, Councillor King. I know oil and gas is going through some problems in the province, but I don't believe that transferring those problems to the rural residents of Alberta is the answer to their success. I'm totally disappointed with the direction that the provincial government has taken. And like you have stated, all of us have stated, there are different ways to save oil and gas, but throwing it on the back of rural Alberta is not the answer. It's not the answer for us as Kneehill County. It's not the answer for most counties. Pretty much all counties, it's not the answer to it. And it's certainly not the answer for our residents. Are there any questions, comments? Councillor Christie.
I'm just curious, the policing requisition for Alberta is a federal program. RCMP is a federal program. Are other provinces doing the same downloading or just Alberta?
I don't know the answer to that question, Councillor Christie. I can't provide an answer without looking into it.
Councillor King.
I'm actually glad you brought up that policing thing again, because at least in the policing model, every resident of Alberta pays. In this situation, it's 16% of Albertans. It's the rural residents who pay, not every resident. At least in policing, we all bear the burden. Here, that's us, just the rural guys. 16% of the entire population in the province is giving this gift to the big oil and gas companies. Policing, at least, is reasonably fair, if you want to use those terms. It's not fair, but at least it's spread out equally amongst all residents.
It's reasonably spread out in Alberta. My question is, what's the rest of the other provinces doing in the same scenario?
Well, I guess my only comment to that would be is, at least in Alberta, it's been applied across the board. In this case, with this gift to oil and gas, with the reduction in the assessment model and the way that they're trying to give money back to these oil and gas companies, they're not applying it equally. If they applied it equally across the province so that, you know, all 4.5 million of us were to pay, that would be a different story. And they'd have to use a different mechanism. But in this case, they're not doing that. This is unequally applied strictly to rural residents. And that's such a small part of the population, there's no way that we can bear that load and survive. There's just no way that it can happen and maintain the services that are being asked for by our residents, that are being required by these industries that are asking for this gift. There's no way that it can happen. We all are looking for major impacts on infrastructure, on services, on all of the things that we rely on to make our everyday life happen in rural Alberta.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I said I have a lot to say. Sorry, I have to add a little bit more now. I went to the Municipal Affairs Business Plan document. I always find having vocabulary of what they want to do can help. And outcome number 2 is to be Alberta's economic prosperity is facilitated by local governments. And everything about this is totally contrary to that outcome, in my opinion. And that is, to me, that is the point. You have made a mandate that you are here for us. You made it one of your outcomes. And yet when it comes to actually following through on that, you've kept us out of the picture, and you need to be seeking our input, but also incorporating and collaborating with it as your business plan promised.
Mike.
To follow up on the earlier question, so council will have noted that on 2 formal occasions in our communications, we have put this out in county media, so on our website, on our social media, things like that. So that has gone out, has been shared. The comments that we've seen on our official Facebook page kind of echo some of the things that you've talked about, Councillor McGee. We have put that out there. You will see in upcoming issues of, I think, the Capital and the East Central Review and the Drumheller Mail, that you'll see the county's taken out an advertisement on this, similar to what County of Stettler and I think Flagstaff and some others have done. So we have we will be trying to raise awareness of it that way. If you go to the county website, we have built a section where the documents that I've presented, the RMA documents and some of the other ones that I've presented are there, so that information is there. Again, we can't make people go there or read that, but we have tried to put the information out there so that people who are looking for it can find it. Part of the, even this presentation here to you today, part of it was to, we knew that council was aware of many of these things. There were some new points here for you guys as well, as we've been able to look into more things. But even part of this is a strategy was wanting to elevate this to the members of our public who either watch the meeting as it's happening or will watch it later, because we do archive those as part of our transparency to the public, is for them to start thinking about some of these other points, and as well as to make our stance known that we agree oil and gas is hurting. We also agree that there's a lot of hurt going on in agriculture, and there's a lot of hurt going on in a lot of other industries. The economic climate combined with a pandemic has not been kind to a great number of businesses. It's not been kind to a great number of people, and we agree that there's help needed there, but the mechanism by which this help is being delivered is not actually help. And that's where, so we did want to do this as part of the communications with council, the discussion to happen, but our communications with the public as well, to bring up some of these points, to give them some of the talking points. So if they do contact MLA Cooper, and I know that some have, is that they have some speaking points so they understand some of the issues, is trying to clarify what this issue is versus what it isn't, right? We know that there's other hits coming, and that's where we're trying to create financial plans and have council's discussion around those service levels to deal with those. This is going to be above and beyond and an additional burden. So part of this today was trying to get that out there and get those speaking points out there. But the information that we've presented to you today, the presentations and all that, they're now a matter of public record because they're part of the agenda. A number of them are already on our webpage, and we'll make sure the ones that aren't end up there shortly, so that if people are looking for information on this issue, that they can go there.
I really would like to see that the emphasis of anything that goes out further to our public, be in the newspaper and on Facebook, are short information blurbs about what tools would work, what the objectives need to be, why those don't meet the objectives. Anything that looks like boo-hooing about money will not be received. And so we'll be shooting ourselves in our foot if we don't be careful about what it is, the specific points that we really want to make. And I think, yes, the money for us is a big deal, but it isn't the over-encompassing deal. The whole theory is faulty for the entire province economic future, and that has to be the point.
It's a very good point, Councillor McGee. But when we're talking our money, it's not our money, it's our ratepayers' money. And they are the ones that are going to be on the hook for this. And it's really unfortunate that the province would choose rural ratepayers to be the ones to subsidize oil and gas in this province. Is there any other comments? Councillor King.
I guess I have a question. Have we, Kneehill County, formally in any way, shape, or form sent written communication to the Premier, our MLA, and Minister Madhu regarding this assessment change? Have we formalized our thoughts in writing and officially, as some of the other municipalities we've seen send written communication? Just a question. I'm not sure that we have, but I think that it's important that if we're asking our residents and ratepayers to do this, have we formally as a council and as a county sent that kind of communication forward from ourselves?
I know we've specifically targeted MLA Nathan Cooper. I don't know if it was CC'd further than that.
It was.
It was? Okay.
So, Councillor King, one of the follow-ups that I've written here is we have sent that letter that was signed off by the Reeve. We did, so that should have been provided to all of council, so I'll double check as to, we'll make sure that gets sent out. But we did that 2 weeks ago. We were able to hand deliver Nathan Cooper's letter to him when he met with us, but it was CC'd to both RMA and I believe the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Yeah. So we'll make sure council, all of council gets a copy of that correspondence. So that has happened. We will look at, Christine and I will be meeting after the meeting here, after the council meeting here to talk about the ongoing communications plan around this. The ads that have gone out that you'll see in the paper, I believe they've already gone out and are formal, so we don't have the ability to necessarily change those up at this point, but in the future we will. We'll talk about what that, we'll sort out, Councillor McGee, what that burst, kind of the burst and the blurb method that you're talking about looks like, and we'll engage that. So it's like I said, the ads that we've already put in are already in, but we'll look at mechanisms through our Facebook and social media where we can send out those short blurbs talking about these points.
Yeah. Councillor Christie.
Those letters probably should go to the Energy Ministry too, not just the Municipal Affairs, because Municipal Affairs is getting it downloaded to them. Is that not correct?
It is and it isn't, and I say it that way because there's definitely pressure from other orders of government. Generally don't want to speculate on these things, but I would agree with comments around where the Premier's stance regarding oil and gas is in relation to his stance regarding where municipalities are. I do believe that it's a mandate that's come down there, but municipal affairs are the ones who, while Energy was involved in this process, municipal affairs led it, and municipal affairs, through the Minister of Municipal Affairs, has the power to change the regulations. So if the Minister of Municipal Affairs signs off on this, it's done. So so that's why both answers there, but it definitely will not hurt to forward that to the Energy Minister as well.
Councillor King.
One other comment I guess I would like to make, and I think we'd be remiss in not acknowledging the fact that Three Hills, Town of Three Hills, has also sent off a letter, and so I want to acknowledge that and appreciate the support that we are receiving from the urbans as well on this issue, and certainly I think we ought to acknowledge what our neighbors, Three Hills, have done and just express appreciation for that, I think, as well.
I agree. I've personally contacted the offices of some of the ministers that I have been in touch with over the years. To date, I have not received a call back, but when I was asked what it was to do with, when I mentioned the assessment review, oh yeah, we've heard. So obviously they've heard enough, they don't want to hear from me, which is unfortunate. But hopefully that gets through. Are there any other comments, questions?
I have a copy of the letter if anyone wants to look at it, that we sent to MLA.
Yeah, it's in the package that we sent with Nathan when he was here to hear our concerns. If there is nothing else, then if we could have a motion to accept the presentation for information. Or we could continue talking about it. It's totally up to council. Deputy Reeve McGee.
Thank you to administration for putting this very detailed and pertinent pieces of information together. It was a lot to absorb, but all of it really matters. So thank you for the hard work of putting that all together and presenting it to us. And so therefore, I'd like to make the motion to present this presentation, to accept this presentation as information.
Okay, thank you. I too would like to acknowledge the hard work that staff has put into this, and it's not good news, but we have to get this news out. We have a motion before us to accept for information. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. And I would encourage all of our residents to get a hold of someone from the provincial government as best you can and express your displeasure to what they are proposing to do to our residents. Our next agenda item is council and committee reports. 11.1 Kneehill Community Resource Program Final Report. Are there any questions, concerns? Response? Councillor King.
The only comment I would make in relation to this is just, this is the absolute final report from the Kneehill Community Resource Worker Program. After 32 years, it is no longer in existence due to provincial funding cutbacks. So the three family resource workers that were around for many years are no longer here. However, on the good news side of things is FCSS, in partnership with Golden Hills and with our local municipal partners, has put in place a program that will provide 2 family wellness workers. Those 2 individuals will work in the school, but also outside of the school, within the communities, assisting families and working with families on wellness issues and those relational issues that always come up within families. So at least, although the one program has come to an end and we've had to revamp and refocus, there's a new job description in place, and there will be 2 family wellness workers working within our schools and within our communities. So,
Thank you, Councillor King. Our other committee reports, Deputy Reeve McGee, Canadian Badlands.
Thank you. I was on the phone with the president of Canadian Badlands, Donna Bigger, just so that we can update. We had received notice that the staff for that organization had been let go, At this time, the funding is being used to revamp how we do business. And she apologizes for not having something in writing to us yet at this time, so I will do the best I can tell you what she has to say so far. Currently, what they're needing to do is get all their reporting done for all their grants and for the funding people that they have to talk to. So they are making most of their time is being spent with that. But as they go through that, and since those changes, they have been working with Travel Alberta and with Alberta Economic Development, Trade and Tourism quite heavily. Roger Kramer from the EDTT has been with them quite a bit, helping them go through the process of relooking at a business plan. And they have determined that the money that they used for staff will now be used for a consultant to now take a better look at what the priorities are. They have received a lot of feedback in the past from many municipalities that part of their partnerships that they're not finding the business model being pertinent to their own place. Some municipalities have pulled out of the group. And so they're trying to address those concerns and make us much more effective for how tourism will be looking in the future. So once they have the consultant determined, right now they are looking at 4 different people that Roger Kramer got them in touch with. Once they choose their bid, they will be bringing that then to the stakeholders, and we will all be gathering to have input on how we want to see this organization look. One of the questions that might come forward is, do we need to see a more regionalized type of target, because we are such a broad-based area that it seems as though everybody's stuff is getting lost and no one good focus is addressing people well. So do we need to have regional focuses? So that should be happening sometime this fall, and then by spring they would like to have something concrete to bring back to our councils for us to approve as a business plan that we'd be interested in. Travel Alberta wanted to be sure that we all realize that Canadian Badlands is very highly recognized nationally and internationally as a tourism area to go. It has gained nearly as much knowledge base as Canadian Rockies. They compared it to the two. And so they're really encouraging us to keep hold of this treasure, because we have marketed well, and we should capitalize on that history. And I think that's all I have, unless there's questions.
Councillor Penner.
Not necessarily a question, but listening to a few businesses in the area, they get so confused because there's 3 or 4 different Badlands organizations, as to say, not with that exact name, and they try to support them with the advertising to get the word out there. So I think they will be happy that it may become regionalized or under one main group.
Yeah, I think that's another reason why they're revamping the business plan. It's just not cohesive for many entities. Yeah.
Are there any questions from council to deal with Kneehill Community Resource Program final report or Canadian Badlands? Seeing none, could I get Councillor Christie?
I'll make a motion to receive the council and committee reports as presented.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to receive for information as presented. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Our next item is council follow-up action list. Any questions? What's council's wishes? Councillor King.
I'd make the motion to receive the council follow-up action list for information.
Thank you. We have a motion to receive for information. Is there any discussion to the motion prior to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried unanimously. I will now call for recess, and we'll be back to go into closed session. Thank you. make a motion to bring us to closed session. Counselor Christie.
I'll move us into closed session.
Okay, motion's been made to move us into closed session. All those in favor? That is carried. And we will Okay, 12:36, we are back in session. There are a couple of motions that are coming out of closed session. Anyone care to volunteer? Councillor Christie.
I'll make a motion that administration no longer pursue the easement for the Three Hills Creek area structure plan and it is removed from the council action list.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to no longer pursue the easement for Three Hills Creek structure area plan. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously.
You want to make a motion?
I'd like to excuse myself from the next.
Okay, let the record show, or let the minutes show that Councillor Penner has excused herself from our next motion. Maybe, our next motion? Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that council move to amend the commencement and completion dates in the development agreement as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to amend the dates. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is defeated. Okay, and that brings us to the end of our agenda. So I move adjournment at 12:38. Thank you.